Hi everyone. Welcome to Global Aluminium Expo 2023. And I am Abhimanyu Prakash, CEO at AlCircle, an organization which has been working for the past decade to try and bring to you new digital solutions for our physical aluminium industry. AlCircle is an effort not just to promote the use of aluminium, but to make the journey of this metal and all of us, its aluminium industry players, a little bit more sustainable in our everyday life. Shifting to digital technologies not only makes us more efficient and cost effective, but it reduces our carbon footprint each and every day. And Global Aluminium Expo is exactly that product, trying to bring exhibitors, products, and services from all around the world at your fingertips and at the comfort of your desk. We hope that each one of you will get a chance to attend and visit many of the booths from players showcasing their products from all across the globe. We encourage you to interact with them, exchange business cards, download their brochures, and above all, to connect with them and do business. At the end of the Global Aluminium Expo, we will also love to have your feedback on how we could have done better. This year at the Expo, we are very, very excited because we are also launching Leader Speak 2023, our flagship magazine. And I urge each one of you to click, download, and read this magazine and hear from leaders in the aluminium industry from across the value chain, sharing not just their products and services, but also their forecasts for the industry for the year 2023. We hope all of you have a great time and that all of you enjoy using this digital platform and connecting with the physical aluminium industry worldwide. We at our circle are working each day to bring more innovative products to your desks and your fingertips. So stay in touch, stay subscribed, and let us know what else we can do for you. Thank you and enjoy Global Aluminium Expo 2023.
In the first 2 months of this year, the currently domestic consumption started to grow after the Chinese government removed zero COVID policy at the end of 2022. However, the main driver is from the service industry, which can't bring more metal demand. Fixed asset investment remains stable, but at a low level. From the right-hand chart, we can see, since April 2022, Chinese Consumer Confidence Index has remained below 100. As Chinese households reduce their consumption due to the COVID-19 and the high uncertain economic situation, they started to save more money into their bank accounts. In 2023, how to rebuild the consumer confidence and boost domestic consumption is quite challenging for the Chinese authorities, which is a crucial factor for the economy recovery in China. Let's move to the property market. As you may know, property market in China was really weak in 2022. Over the last 5 months, we can see the floor space completed was becoming better, which benefited from the government policy that allowed property developers borrow more money to finish their pre-sold projects, as shown in the left-hand chart, yellow line. However, it was still 10% decrease year-on-year base in 2022. And also in 2022, the land space purchase, floor space started sharply dropped by 53 and 39% respectively. At the same time, the housing inventory increased by 10%. As shown in the right-hand chart, in 2022, the floor space started was lower than floor space sold, which is the first time in the last 2 decades. It indicates there is less confidence in the property market. In 2023, we expect floor space started will continue to drop by around 25%. So property market demand will remain weak in Chinese market. In 2022, Chinese auto industry benefited from the purchase tax cut policy and the subsidies on EVs. In 2022, China auto production number reached 27 million units, up 3.4% year-on-year base, of which more than 7 million units are EVs, up 97% compared to 2021. At the same time, China exported more than 3 million units auto to the rest of the world. In the first 2 months of 2023, the auto production number decreased by 14.5% compared to the same period last year. So less subsidies is the main driver of the decrease. However, the EV market continued booming. In the first 2 months of 2023, China produced 980,000 unit EVs. Compared to last year, it's 18% growth. In 2022, the EV penetration rate was 26%. We expect in 2023, the EV penetration rate will continue increasing. More EVs will bring more aluminium demand in China, because per unit EV will consume more aluminium than ICE cars. In 2022, China total invested around 721 billion RMB in the power generation, up 30% compared to 2021. From the right-hand chart, we can see the wind and solar power contribute 66% of the total investment. So the newly installed solar power capacity reached 87.4 gigawatt in 2022, which is significantly supported aluminium demand. especially aluminium extrusion demand. We believe renewable energy investment will continue increasing in 2023. As you know, China is the largest solar panel producer in the world. The strong demand in the solar panel from the rest of the world also can support aluminium demand in China. At the same time, power grid investment increasing by 2% in China compared to 2021. The Chinese authority announced 9 ultra-high voltage transmission projects in 2022. However, due to the COVID situation, we believe some projects will be built in 2023, which can bring more demand. State Grid, the largest power grid company in China, already announced it will invest 520 billion RMB into the transmission in 2023. So more renewable projects, can need more power grid investment for next few years. So the infrastructure investment is the main driver for the Chinese aluminium demand in 2023. Let's move to the aluminium market in China. First, let's see the alumina. In 2022, we can see the new capacity is more than 10 million tons in China, which is a record high in the history. In 2023, we expect a 3.6 million ton new alumina capacity will come on stream. But after those projects, there are continue more alumina projects in China. Currently, there are 3 projects under construction and 1 big project, 6 million project at the early stage. So total 16.5 million tons. Majority of those alumina projects in China will use imported bauxite. So that will drive the more demand on the imported bauxite, we believe, in the long run. From the left-hand chart, we can see since 2022, the alumina import window remained closed in China due to the overcapacity in the domestic market. In China, in 2022, China imported 2 million ton alumina. It's down by 39% compared to 2021. Due to the overcapacity in China, we believe the domestic alumina price will under pressure in 2023. China will continue export some alumina to Russia in 2023, similar as in 2022. From the right-hand chart, you can see that. So due to the strong demand on the imported bauxite, we can see from the right-hand chart, you can see imported bauxite price keep increasing since 2021. And in 2022, China imported 19 million ton bauxite from Indonesia, which is 7% year-on-year growth. It was around 15% of total imported bauxite. As you know, the Indonesian government could ban the bauxite export in June, which will have a great impact on the Chinese refineries. You can see from the right-hand chart, China started import more and more bauxite from Guinea because a lot of Chinese investors have projects in Guinea. But Indonesia bauxite still is a major, the third bauxite suppliers for the Chinese refineries. Any export ban will have deep impact on the Chinese refineries. In 2022, China produced around 40 million tons aluminium. So we believe China in 2023 will produce 41.3 million tons aluminium, so up 3%. In Q1 2023, we can see China aluminium output is 9.9 million tons, up 4.8%. year-on-year base. And in the left-hand chart, we can see in March, actually annualized operation capacity slight increase compared to the February. That's due to some restart in capacity in Sichuan and Guizhou province. We believe in Vietnam, as you know, in Vietnam province, there's some curtailment. Normally in May, the Vietnam province will have more rainfall. So at that time, the more idle capacity could be restarted. So from the right-hand chart, we can see currently aluminium social inventory in China on the 10th of April is around 100 million tons. So compared to the historical years, we can see this number actually is the lowest number. So that means currently aluminium demand recovery in China is quite normal. China imported 668,000 tons primary aluminum ingot from the rest of the world in 2023. It's down by 58%. But from Russia, in 2022, China imported 462,000 tons, accounting for from the 69% is around 69% of total imports. So we can see Russian metal shipment. Russian metal is a major primary aluminum ingot source for the Chinese market currently. During the first 2 months, it's around 78% of the total primary imports is from Russia. So if in the rest of the world, more section under Russia, we believe the more metal will ship to China in 2023. It will give more pressure on the domestic aluminum smelters. SMM also monitor downstream operating rate in China. From this chart, you can see we monitor extrusion, wire and rod, plate and sheet, foil, and also alloy producer operating rate in China. We publish this operating rate weekly basis. After Chinese New Year, we can see the operating rate of the aluminium downstream producers in China gradually started recovery. Current level is still lower than the last year, but operating rate is still growth, still increase. In 2022 and 2021, aluminium semi-products export significantly increased by 13% and 21% respectively. So strong growth, strong export actually supported the Chinese domestic market. In 2022, total export reached about 6.2 million tons. It's a record high. However, since last September, export year-on-year growth rate become negative, which indicated the demand in the rest of the world started decreasing. At the same time, from the right-hand chart, you can see aluminium wheels export in 2022 is also down by 9% compared to 2021. So the less auto production number in the rest of the world need less aluminium wheels. Rolled product inventory decreasing currently in the rest of the world. The rolled product inventory is mainly destocking. So we hope the new order will come back in Q2 of this year. In the first 2 months, China total export about 840,000 tons aluminum semi-products. Compared to the same time period last year, it's down by 15%. So the rest of the world demand is a key factor will affect the Chinese aluminum smelter, especially aluminum industry, especially on the downstream producers. So this is our aluminum balance in China. You can see we believe overall the balance will expected to be surplus in 2023. So we expect the supply side will grow 3% year-on-year base. Consumption will increase only 1.7% in China. Let's see the main risk and takeaway. So here I give the main risks for aluminum industry, six risks. First one is power shortage. So according to the Chinese Electricity Council, power demand will increase by 6% in 2023. So the power shortage could have happened from time to time. Particularly in some region, heavily rely on the hydropower. So like Yunnan province. The other main risk is imported primary aluminum ingot, mainly from Russia. If more sanctions on UC would drive more aluminum ingot shipment from Russia to China. That gives huge pressure on the Chinese domestic aluminum price. The other risk is bauxite supply. As I said, Indonesia could ban bauxite export in June, which will affect some Chinese refineries. Under the current situation, Chinese refineries' profitability is not very good. If the imported bauxite price increase a lot, it will suffer from that. Domestic aluminum and overseas market demand is the major demand risk for the Chinese aluminum industry in 2023. We don't expect China can export more than last year. So we believe the total export will less than last year due to the weak demand in the rest of the world. The domestic demand will heavily rely on the infrastructure investment, we believe. The last risk will be the supply chain disruption. Geopolitics issue will continue to affect the global aluminum supply chain. Thank you very much. This is my contact details. If you have any question, please contact with me. Thank you very much.
welcomes you all in this session on the presentation on the topic the challenges and opportunities for implementation of Industry 4.0 solutions at the aluminium smelter plants in India. In this presentation, an attempt has been made to give you a brief overview of the Indian aluminium industry, various perspectives, and the implementation of Industry 4.0 solutions in the smelter plant of Hindalco, Vedant, and Nalco. Although the information whatever has been mentioned is has been taken from public domain or what the information gathered from through personal interaction with the plant personnel. The presentation outline will be this, starting with the introduction, giving you an overview about Industry 4.0 and aluminium industry, followed by industry analysis, challenges and opportunities, latest development, key learnings, recommendations, and finally the conclusion. Let's have a brief about Industry 4.0. As we all know, there are currently 4 industrial revolutions the world has witnessed, although the talk of Industry 5.0 is in the market, but let's us restrict to Industry 4.0. The first industrial revolution was characterized with mechanization and introduction of steam and water power, followed by Industry 2.0 for mass production assembly lines using electrical power, followed by Industry 3.0 with automated production using computers, IT systems and robots, and the current era which we are witnessing, the smart factories with no or literally very less human interactions, for the production processes or services using autonomous system, Internet of Things, and machine learning. The various Industry 4.0 technology and techniques involve the cloud computing with cybersecurity, Internet of Things, which is important for India, what we call for industries, industrial Internet of Things, IIoT, with system integration, simulation, which is very important for production process control and quality management, as well as training, robotics, which are taking robots are taking care of this hazardous activities, and big data, augmented reality, and additive manufacturing. The basic aluminium industry value chain is like extracting which is alumina from bauxite, bauxite is a raw, alumina is a raw material for aluminum smelting, which again is an energy intensive process, followed by casting, whereby we get semi-finished or finished product. The aluminum smelter is basically having three sections like carbon area, cast house, and potline. The input for potline is alumina, power from captive power resources, because it is energy intensive and we need continuous power supplies. So with the use of carbonaceous material based green and anodes, the electrolytic process is carried on in pot furnaces producing hot metals. It is again sent to cast house for production of semi-finished or finished product as per requirement and marketing demands, and finally goes for dispatch for the purpose of sales. Here are graphs which shows interesting fact, like after only 1885, with the invention of hall-alloyed electrolysis process, the production of aluminium rose, and after 1920 only the prices started decreasing. Otherwise aluminium was considered as precious as gold, even more precious than that at one point of time. The production of India is packed around 3.5 to 4 million ton, and approximately 5.5% of the world production comes from India right now. With major of the application in India, aluminium is finding major application in the area of electrical appliances or electrical uses, whereas in the western or the other part of the world it is finding more application in the transportation or rather automobile or higher end application. The per capita consumption in India is also very low. It was 2.4 earlier kg, 2.4 kg. Right now it is somewhere around 2.7, again with a world average of 11 kg. It's way far to go to catch up with the world average. The key Industry 4.0 element deployed in aluminium industry are digital process, production process and its control, automation and robotics, and most importantly industrial Internet of Things, whereby you can access information anywhere from any device. A study reveals that implementation of levels in aluminium industry regarding the know-how of Industry 4.0, it is very sorry picture that already deployed Industry 4.0 projects, just 11% is the response. It is very low. But if we look after the functional area, production and R&D with highest percentage of Industry 4.0 application gives a hope, and with distribution, logistic and supply chain catching up the pace. Well, if you go through industry analysis using Porter 5 forces model, we can see although the competitive rivalry among the players is very high, along with the high buyer and suppliers bargaining power, with moderate to high threat of substitutes like steel and composite when it comes to cost. But still there is moderate threat to new entry. Why? Because with new technology, higher K pots, the economies of scale and automation provides them the opportunity to enter into market. Maybe we might see new players in the market, or the existing player will upgrade for sure. As you can see from this graph, the region or country-wise specific policy on aluminium across the world, almost every part has some sort of national policy on aluminium, but it is surprising that India, although Niti Aayog has documented in the year 2017 itself a policy document for aluminium, but it has not been formally announced by the government. Although government from time to time do something to support our industry, but a formal policy and recognizing aluminium as a core industry will help a lot for this industry. Now, coming to the challenges before aluminium smelter is first and foremost is retrofitting of old smelter who are lower K, operating at lower amperage for enhancing their efficiency and to remain cost competitive. Recruitment policy need to be changes. Training of existing workforce is huge because of the concerns of return on investment. Large scale waste generations like disposal of potline, dross or TED bulk. Their storage as well as disposal is a huge concern which cannot be done like anything. Implementation automation has its own fear like industrialization problem, because whenever industry is being set or operate, there is a huge people have huge expectation from that particular project. They want jobs, but with automation jobs will reduce, or rather better and fewer jobs like in the IT or computers field will be there like before. So locals might find it difficult to get the jobs unless and until they upgrade themselves. Moreover, risk to data security is there if you go to cloud. Many industries are therefore avoiding this cloud, but it is not a good solution because without cloud it is very difficult to catch up with industry 4.0. The technological disruptions like LCs in future which is going on a production on pilot scale. It is a joint venture between Alcoa, Rio Tinto, Alcan, and the Canadian government, and with a minor stake and technical support from Apple. It's based on inert anode, which will change the future course of aluminum industry altogether if commercially proved viable. Now, what are the opportunities for aluminum smelter in this? Better control, process control using automation, reducing human error altogether, thereby improving the system efficiency, digitization of the entire value chain. COVID has taught us that how value chain, supply chain is very important, because it's got entirely disrupted, and even till now we don't have enough of the inventories, and industries are struggling to keep pace with the production process. Integration of all business activity, thereby reducing the friction among the various functions. Remote employee engagement, this is very important. Now, the talent attraction as well as talent retention has become easy because of the remote location of the this sort of manufacturing or process industry. It becomes difficult to retain talent as well as to attract them. Now, with remote employee engagement as to the level as high as 50% in the COVID era, it has given a new ray of hope to the industry. IIoT as a means of business continuity. You can access anywhere any information from anywhere, from any number of devices. Better inventory and waste management will hold the key. These are some of the latest development like current distribution using Bluetooth. Even the online devices are being implemented there in various smelter, automatic casting of anode, butt cleaning using robots, pit stripping, pit monitoring, and zero level or ground level cleaning using robots, which require the humans to carry on the hazardous activity, have been completely or in many places partially eliminated by the use of robots. Digital twin is a fantastic example. It is simply a computer program which uses real-time data for simulation to precisely predict the performance of the process or the product. It is simply based on the system. You have got a physical asset, you build a digital model of it, give the inputs precisely, you will get the idea what will be the possible outcome. It has immensely benefited in the industry in the way that it has helped in increase of almost 1% of the current efficiency, faster decision making, and moreover the early problem detection and damage control by preventive maintenance, and further with better waste management, and the quality of the finished good has immensely improved in this process. Now, implementation of various Industry 4.0 at the aluminium smelters in India. Here is a quick snapshot. Like first, Vedanta is a front runner with its Balco and Vedanta aluminum plant at Jharsuguda. It has implemented digital twin in collaboration with General Electric, It has tied up with various cement manufacturers supplying their waste material, and has has a very good chain of managing its waste material recycling processes, full automation of almost all its plants, whereby Hindalco industry followed different strategy. It's very aggressive for its new smelter, whereas going slow with its old smelter. Few examples include interlocking of PTMs, live interaction between cast house and pot line, which helps in uh, you know, containing the loss of temperature, and automatic robotic scheming, automatic labeling and barcoding, removing the human error altogether. As it is completely done by robots. Dashboards all aware to have a quick access to the information. Nalco started late but pacing up fast with its in-house talent and stable manpower. Since it's a PSU, attrition is low. Compressed air monitoring, online data transmission in carbon area, in cast house, and the system has enabling of digitization of the entire process, which includes recording a hot metal weight, onward transmission of the data, report generation, storage of data. Everything is done using some for the digital platforms. A digital potline is the latest initiative in the series, which has been introduced 2 years ago, just when the COVID hit the industry. The data shown here is in the visualization format using Power BI and R language. It has been created, and it mines the data from the potline server. We don't have cloud server on the clouds. We have our own servers, so it's not a problem for us. Here is a quick snapshot of the digital potline dashboard, which shows the various process parameter in one go, helping our engineers to take faster decision and rectify the problem at earliest. A study has been conducted, and the types of questions divided into 15 with internal know-how about Industry 4.0, about opinions related to external environment and impact, priority area. Although the concern related to ROI, return on investment, was an issue, but the belief that positive changes are coming in the organization and more hazardous activities are being executed through the use of robot, avoiding human intervention, was encouraging to implement Industry 4.0 solutions. The key learnings from Vedanta or Hindalco includes availability of contract manpower or cheap manpower is a major deterrent for adoption of automated guided vehicles, which requires huge capital investment. Cost of upskilling is a major cost, but it is still preferred in order to be future ready. Cost leaders such as Vedanta is opting for a third-party consultancy. It is heavily outsourcing its activities and only concentrating on its core activity to be executed by its own employees. Hindalco is following a mixed strategy, as already discussed. Central PSU like Nalco has started late but trying to catch up very fast with his in-house talent, and with retirements in more and more retirements coming here, it's going to outsource its non-core activities and will focus on core activities to its regular employees. And with the availability of stable and competent workforce, top management is trying many things, very low investments, including the mobile app development for almost all the activity related to existing employee, retired employee, or you talk about stakeholder management or customer management. Recommendations for smelter plant. Digitization of all the records is must. Outsourcing of all the activities which are not part of core activities. Higher version of user interface with better analytics from technology providers. In workplaces, having repetitive nature of job, automation is must, and human resource utilization should be there only where creativity and critical thinking matters. Waste management must be given attention using prescriptive as well as predictive analytics. And finally, coming to the conclusion, investment in automation would be a right step to reap its benefit in future. New smelter are better positioned to apply Industry 4.0 solution and get benefited, but whatever way possible, old smelter cannot be neglected and should be automated to remain competent and profitable. due to COVID pandemic, the manufacturing industry has got a ray of hope, which never realized that remote working is a possibility in this industry. But as high as 50% of its workforce realize that it's possible with adoption of Industry 4.0 technique. With simple solutions, with simple implementation, there are, wonderful outcomes. So, with all this, we come to the end of this presentation. You can reach out to me using the following contact details given here. Thank you for your patience listening.
Hi, Mr. Gupta, can you hear me? Mr. Gupta, can you hear me?
Yes, Somadip.
Hi. Mr. Gupta, my name is Shomadip. I look after the operations in AlCircle. Thank you very much, first of all, for this very informative session.
Yes. Just a minute. I switch off my video. Will it be okay? Hi. Can you hear me?
I can.
Sure. Closing. Yeah. Fine now.
Absolutely fine.
Yes.
You're talking about the multiple players in the Industry 4.0 domain.
Yes. Actually, see, there are many players. First of all, if you talk about Industry 4.0, it's not that there are some players who will take a project on turnkey basis. Yes, there are. Like for the digital twins, there is GE, there is Siemens who are providing the services. Like I have mentioned in one of my slides, Vedanta has gone for it, but Hindalco has not yet adopted because of several concerns. They have got version 12 of ELPSIS. ELPSIS is one of the best technology provided by Rio Tinto Alcan. Earlier, it was provided by Aluminium, which was later on acquired by Rio Tinto Alcan. So similarly, Nalco, we also have an older version of it, as I have mentioned, like Potline digital dashboards that has been solely developed by our own team, including me. I was a part of it. So we have not taken any support from outside. It's purely inside. So it's not such that you need consultants, although there are many. For major projects, you have got, as I mentioned, a few GE, Siemens are there. There are many small players like IT consultancy firms. They will take a project. You need something like we to take took one of the project with NIT Rourkela for the cast house automation. So it's all about automation. So you can take a consultancy services from anywhere, from any party. So there are many small parties available in small cities also. Even Bhubaneswar, there are few parties who can offer you the consultancy because it requires some sort of technical or coding sort of stuff. So yes, we can go in house as well as some sort of services. And right now, as I mentioned in Nelco, we are opting a balanced approach. Those which require much of the manpower to diverted their attention there. So we are opting directly take services from them. Otherwise, we are going for in house. We have got sufficient manpower, right?
Excellent. Excellent. Now, you have mentioned, the second question tells us, you have mentioned very nicely some of the challenges related to the Industry 4.0 implementation in Indian context. Are the challenges very similar in the global context as well?
See, honestly, since I don't have personally, I don't have global exposure, but whatever information or interactions I had with similar kind of people out there, in a nutshell, yes, it do varies. Like you see, we are a country with a population in excess of 140 crores. A project comes in the vicinity. Now, what are the expectation of the people? What they want a good job. They want a job at least against whatever land they have lost, right? At first. Plus,
Right.
it's not. You see, there are plants like ours also. You think, take example of Sale or any other major company. The land cases are still get not solved. But do you think similar are the situations out there in Europe? I don't think they don't have such problem. So these are not small problems to execute a project. Why the project get delayed? The refinery project of Aditya Birla got delayed by a decade. Why? Because of all this, the Vedanta could not execute the Niamgiri project. Why? Because of the local opposition. So there are huge differences in the way projects get executed, and at the similar time, you can see when people want job and you will go for automation, how can you provide them job, right? And as I have also mentioned about upgradation of the local peoples, well, will they
Absolutely.
understand? That's a major deterrent actually. Sometimes when you have got cheap manpower, am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Hello,
Hello, I can hear you.
Soumyadip I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Audible. Yeah.
Actually, availability of cheap manpower is one of the major deterrent for going for full-fledged automation in some places. But nevertheless, to be future ready, you have to go for it as per the prevailing condition in the given demography or geography. So
That's right.
strategy will vary. Yeah.
Got it. You mentioned about the digital potline dashboard, and it
Yes.
was really nice to see that entire thing. Does it also have any predictive analytics capabilities?
Yes, it has, but I could not show much because of some business policies. I have to look after the code of conduct. I have to take
Sure.
permission. So I have given a glimpse out of it, which is within my limits. I have given a glimpse of those parameters. Like I tell you in simple words, you have got 240 pots in a pot line. So if you go through one by one each pot, it will take a hell lot of time. But if you got the top 10 pots, so you can attack the problem directly and get it rectified at earliest, saving your time and energy and also manpower. That has helped immensely during COVID times. I can say precisely that was the time it got developed and it got implemented out there.
Understood. Understood. No, very nicely explained. Uh, Now, you also mentioned about the resource plan. So my fourth question is coming from that area. On one hand, you mentioned that you have the resources, and I'm sure because technology is leapfrogging very quickly, right? Very rapidly, it is changing around us. Uh, what are the things you do in order to make sure that your employees or the tech resources they stay up to date?
See, we have to do some voluntary training also. Like one of the example I tell you, the LC is the manual which has been provided by at one point of time by Aluminium Pashney. For a layman, it's very difficult to read that one. So we also had the voluntary training in house for our in charges also. See, some supervisory level people are there who will all of them are not going to do going to read all those stuff, or at the lower level how could they understand, at worker level. So we have those training programs on the shop floor itself to let them understand. Once they will understand any changes for any sort of technological adoption, change management is most important. If you introduce a simple automation, there will question will come why. Because when computers took place in bank, and it was introduced in bank, there was change resistance, no? So similarly, any automation come, the worker community has the feeling that even people everywhere out there, they have the feeling of job loss. There will be no further recruitment. Local peoples used to have many times we face this local resistance because the people who lost their land, they take the money, but they don't understand कि future may we will be having just this job. So they come to resistance, they come to for protest and all. So many things are there. So you only you can empower them through your knowledge only. Knowledge is gives you the wisdom. There is no other way out. So resource deployment, coming back to the point, these were the briefly I tried to describe. So automations are going to take place, they will take place, but in a slower or a faster pace, depending. Like you see, in a fairly new smelter, I take an example of, say, whatever I came to know about Hindalco. They have got an old plant at Renuput. That's an older technology. How to retrofit and implement those automation initiatives there will greatly differ from those at their Lapanga or Mahan smelter. They are fairly automated. And I had interacted with their peoples in one of the conferences out there at Angul itself. And pleasure to know about their automation. And they are operating with fairly less manpower. So that makes a difference between newer and older smelter. What I mentioned in my presentation also. I hope I got the point. If in case you need further clarity, you can pitch in.
No, absolutely. I think you have taken the question spot on. Now, perhaps my last question, and anyway, the topic is so interesting that there can be so many questions. The fifth question I received from the audience is actually you mentioned about automation, right? Automation for the repetitive activities, non-cerebral activities. So, uh, in the industry, there is also some technology like robotic process automation,
Correct?
right?
Right.
So just received the question that is there any such application right now running in Nalco or across the different aluminium companies?
See, not application like you see earlier in cast house. I guess the people out here are well aware with the aluminium technology. So in the cast house, where casting process is carried on. So what happens? The scheming was earlier carried by manual. I mean by human intervention. Just a minute, Swamiji. So now it has been completely replaced by robots. Skimming is done completely by robots. There are only you one or you need just one people out there to have check, like fire is there. So robot might get deceived by that. So you need people to supervise there, but you don't actually need them to do the process. And secondly, one of the most important, which is right now prevalent in all the industry, we are also going for it. The zero level cleaning in potline area, the reduction area, was being carried out manually at our place also, but it has been partially, or most probably in the coming days it will be done by robots, because those are hazardous activity and you may lose the life. Now the things are not such which was prevalent earlier, that anything will happen and straight away authorities will lock your plant, right? So this way you have to deploy robotics, and these are simple examples. uh, Nevertheless, there are many places, and if I go beyond aluminium industry, steel industry is, see, why example is coming. I had initial experience in steel industry. So steel is going way forward in all this, and aluminium is catching up the pace beautifully.
Excellent. Um, Mr. Gupta, I think all the questions you have answered in a great manner. Thank you very much for your time and thank you very much for this very informative session. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Amit Gupta, who just now presented about Industry 4.0. Mr. Gupta, thank you very much for your presentation and thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Yep.
Mr. For today's session, we are basically getting the leaders across the aluminium value chain, aluminium industry together and trying to understand their perspective about the aluminium industry and their outlook, right, in the year 2023. So if I may ask you, how do you envision the global aluminium industry in 2023? Which way do you think we are heading?
I would say the aluminum industry in 2023, I think it's kind of a turning point because as you know, the energy cost has raised and for different reasons, but also so the industry is facing new challenges. But at the same time, meanwhile, the demand for products continue to rise. So it means that it's kind of at the same. So it means that I think the industry is the industry is in good position, but at the same time has to work to improve her operation and have to, for example, for sure has to work to decrease energy consumption, but also has to implement automation because they face lack of manpower in general. So that's kind of I would say all the industry in general is at the turning point. The demand is rising, and but energy costs increase. Lack of people in many countries, it's difficult to find people for different operations. So it's challenges, but at the same time, it's opportunities. So it means that many companies, what we can see, many producer and many transformer are, I would say, moving forward toward automation and toward energy consumption and also toward recycling, because to at the same time, address those challenges and produce more at the same time because the market is there. That's pretty nice. I mean, I think it's kind of there's a lot of action in the industry right now.
Sure. And I think that is very interesting as well. Taking a cue from what you just mentioned about the increasing energy prices and at the same time demand is rising and some of the other parameters which are also changing in a very interesting way. What do you think is the requirement or the mechanisms by which aluminium industry can reduce the energy consumption? Because as you mentioned, there is a need of the hour, right?
Yeah, correct. The thing is, many operation in the industry in general, it can be like in the recycling, casting, different operation requires a lot of gas burning system, but those systems, it means that they produce, they consume gas. The gas price has increased, but also for the the emission. Also, that's it's kind of those systems. There's many systems that a lot of the I would say pollution related to those systems. So basically, if there's many options, many opportunities in terms of for example, better control system. Better control system. It means that we can have a higher efficiency in this different burning system or different equipment that use gas or natural gas as energy feedstock, I would say. So that's why it's one of the and automation. It can be also like heat recovering system. So it means that, for example, if you implement regen burners, it's a good way to recover energy somehow. So the operation becomes more efficient. The other way also, there's many clients that ask us to convert gas system to electrical system. For different reasons, it can be more efficient because there's no emission. Again, there's no, and when you have a burning system, somehow you have a stack or you have chimney and you lose heat by this way. When you have electrical system, and depending how is produced your electricity and the power, that it's different in different, the way to produce electricity or power is different from one country to the other one, but in many countries it's green energy. So it can be really interesting to switch to electrical system in place of burning system. You decrease emission. You also have a higher efficiency of the energy you use. Because there's no loss. Also, there's more and more clients are looking to recover heat. Because different process system, there's a heat sink. And you can recover that heat to create something else, for example. So it's energy that you used to lose, but that can be useful to preheat or for another use. So there's different ways we can improve or we can decrease energy consumption, and at the same time, even though the energy costs will probably or already started to decrease because it's the energy cost has increased, or the natural gas price has raised for different reasons. Some of those reasons are, I would say, probably permanent, but other reasons are not, so are just like short term. So the cost has started to decrease, but at the same time, though the producer and I would say the transformer companies has invested to decrease their consumption, they're going to be more efficient in the future, even though the price decrease. So I think for me, it's opportunities for everyone to decrease their consumption, basically. So.
Sure. Very nicely explained. Now, related to what you just mentioned, I think some of the characteristics that we can associate with aluminium is the recyclability, right?
Yep.
And the circular economy is also related to that. Now, we are seeing that globally because of the factors you mentioned. For example, the energy prices are increasing in the various parts of the world. There is also a drive from a sustainability and the carbon footprint perspective on the primary production part, and there is hence a drive on the green initiatives. Now, while AlCircle covers many of those topics throughout the various e-magazines, various publications, we sometimes are really intrigued and would like to know from somebody like you, where do you see that this particular circular economy is heading? We see a tendency, right? So where is it heading?
Yeah, there's different reasons. First is like as you know, the global needs for aluminium is rising. So it means that somehow we have to. There's two ways: produce more aluminium or recycle more aluminium. And I think we should try to recycle as much as aluminium as possible. And probably part of the most part of the increase of aluminium consumption can be supplied by recycling. What we see is like I would say the first the part of I would say the recycling project for increased recycling in the last few years was, I would say, easier recycling or easier material to recycle, because it's easier to implement. For example, if it's a closed loop, if you recover scrap material from your own client, is the same alloy, same characteristic, same. So it means that it's easier to recycle, and the economy, the business case is easy to justify. When you go to the post-consumption material, it requires more treatment. The cost is higher, but it's still feasible. And I would say there's another categories of scrap that it's harder to recycle, and it's, for example, especially in the automotive industry, it comes that there's some specialized part in the engines and different components of a car, for example, that the really specific alloy, and those parts or some of those parts are harder to recycle because one of the challenges the recycling companies has is to sort the material and make sure it's compatible together when it comes to melt it down and put it back in casting. So what it means that it's kind of it's really difficult for some material because our specific alloy contents or contamination, for example, and that's probably in the next few years, that's probably what the industry has to look solution for that. It means that how we can purify aluminum, how we can remove those impurities, how we can make that kind of material easier to recycle. Okay, because right now it's too difficult, the challenge is too important to mix it with my recycling process, so it's kind of so it means that for us, so it's kind of a dynamic concept. For example, as we work on different technologies to purify aluminum, that kind of thing that might apply for that kind of application. So, but I would say the what remains to be recycled is probably the harder part, which is normal. We have to start by the easier part or the easiest material to recycle. But now it's probably what we are to look in near future, how to recycle or how to make it easy to recycle that kind of matter.
Got it. Thank you very much for sharing your perspective over there. Now, one of the major parameters for globally, which really impacted the aluminum industry was, of course, energy crisis and other factors that you already mentioned, but also it was geopolitical tension and geopolitical crisis, right? So that is, at one side, it played its role over the last 1 year, but at the same time, we now see post-COVID China is opening, right? So those are also the other side of the coin, which is also boosting the aluminum requirement and the need, as well as production. So how do you put these two factors in the perspective, and what will be the resultant force and what will it mean for aluminum industry?
Yeah, that's kind of, I would say that I would say it's hard to see what's going to be I would say, the final effect of that. It's kind of, there's some stuff are more a short-term effect and other term are more long-term effect. For example, the COVID crisis. What we saw, it's basically the COVID crisis. There was a trend to the value to probably work with closer value chain supplier. And it's true everywhere in the world. It's not like it's not only a question of politics, but it's also to make sure the value chain is secured. So many marketers looking to have a closer value chain. So it creates also. It means that there's all the market is moving to adjust. I would say it's kind of but for sure it's. I would say I don't want to be as a supplier we don't do politics, so it's not our business. What we are looking for is just to make sure that we serve our clients the best way we can. And it's basic. And for us. I think to be closer to our client, if it's in North America, in Europe, or in Asia, it's one of the key. It's to be close, kind of a more local service or rapid service, and I think many markets are looking to have a closer value chain supplier. I think it's kind of for different reasons, and COVID is one. I think it's many companies realize that it's good to have different suppliers from different parts of the world to secure their procurement, basically.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Pope, when you're actually looking for the growth for dynamic concept in this particular financial year, which are the ones that you think for your organization is going to play the key role? Is it going to be more focus on technology and thereby making your equipment, to be better for your customers? Or is it going to be driven primarily by the geographic expansion or some other factors as well?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think if you look at our offer and our product range is really focused on technology and automation and recycling solution. And I think that's somehow we're going to continue to propose innovative solution with high automation contents, and that's the way we want to grow. It's to offer like solution that producer needs because they cannot find enough people to do the work. People today, depending on the region of the world, but many, it's pretty hard to convince people now or the younger to be exposed to dust or heat or whatever. So it's kind of for different reasons. So if they have the choice, they prefer to not do it or to not work in that kind of environment. So I think it's really important to propose solution that's kind of more robotic, more automation, mobility, auto-guided mobility, for example, that kind of thing. That's solution in order to face those challenges. So that's most part of our growth will come from there. The other part of our growth is to be like we have dynamic concept here in North America and Canada that's covering North America, but there's dynamic concept Europe that's covering that part of the world. So it means that in near future we are looking for other dynamic concept in other region in the world. Can be in US, can be different, to be even closer to our clients. It's a good way to adapt to the new reality that to give a better service, and that's so it's, I think those two driver will bring some growth to dynamic concepts.
Sure. Mr. Ford, it was really, really nice to interact with you and understand your perspective. And we are really happy at AlCircle to have you with us in LeaderSpeak 2023.
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you very much for your call, and do not hesitate to contact me for any question, whatever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Have a wonderful
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, John. My name is Shomadi. I look after the operations in AlCircle. How are you?
I'm very good today, thank you. Yes, it's April and the sun's coming out. We're moving slowly but surely towards summertime.
Excellent. And I think if we really look at the overall global aluminium industry, AlCircle recently captured Outlook 2023. And we were very happy to see some of the developments and some of the growth in the usage of aluminium across the globe. So my first question to you, which is related to LeaderSpeak 2023 e-magazine of AlCircle, is that what is your overall outlook about the aluminium industry in 2023?
Okay. Well, we were aware of some weakness at the end of last year. People started to reduce their orders, and so some of our customers had no new orders as they went into the third quarter. But looking at where we are in the first quarter now in this year, it seems to be that our sales and deliveries to our customers are roughly what we expected, and there's no indication that there's been any real softening in demand. And I haven't recently heard any customers saying, "Oh, we've got a real problem." And I was in the USA for the TMS conference and talked to our big global aluminium customers such as Rio Tinto Alcan and Alcoa and Reynolds and Commonwealth in the US. And none of these gave me the impression that there was a problem in terms of the industry this year. And also the economists at the end of last year, generally in the UK and the USA, were quite gloomy about the prospects for 2023. But actually, the UK economy, for instance, grew by 0.4% in January. And I think everybody's clear that we've avoided a recession. So I think that the summary of that is, I thought there was some possible problems ahead looking from the last quarter of last year. But it now looks as if it's going to be at least no reduction, but probably some growth and reasonable performance by the global economy and therefore the global aluminium industry.
Sure. And perfect. So if we put the opening of the Chinese market and the Chinese aluminium industry over last 1 year and where the situation is heading right now, what do you think is the impact of that on the growth of the aluminium industry?
Well, again, a good indicator is our business in China. 50% of our sales, 50% of our sales are to the Chinese market. Chinese aluminium production is 50% of the global aluminium production, and our sales in the first quarter of this year have held up very well and are increasing. So we're not seeing any serious cutbacks or reduction in demand in the Chinese market. On the contrary, and we believe that it's slowly improving. One factor has been container prices. Container prices, I think the peak was $17,000 a container from China to Europe. The end of last year, they dropped to about 4,000 to 5,000. This year, we've had container prices as low as 1,000, but anyway around 2,000 from China through to Rotterdam. But this is good for trade, good for global business.
Sure. And so which is a really nice thing to know, and I think across the value chain, this will bring a positivity in this particular year. Now, moving forward, a lot of times, some of our customers, they really ask and they always appreciate to know a little bit more about the role of grain refining in the perspective of aluminium cast house.
Oh, okay. That's a good question. How long have we got? No, I'll try and be brief. It's grain refining is one of the more important consumables that the cast house buys. Their biggest purchaser will be in refractories, but after refractories and alloys, next in line really is grain refinements, and after that filters and other ancillaries. But grain refinement is necessary to prevent cracking of billets and slabs during casting. And if it's not added properly, if it's not added in sufficient quantity and sufficient quality, then customers can experience problems with heat cracking from time to time. So it's quite important for smooth and high yield production that the grain refinement is carried out properly. And our role in this, well, you might want to ask me about that, but our role is we've been focused on improving the performance of grain refiners so that customers can expect more consistency and better yields and higher efficiencies and better finished product quality.
Sure. And while NQP serves its clients in that particular domain, we also bring any kind of new technology so that you can serve your customers or your clients better?
Yes. Well, we discovered the problem back in 2011 approximately, that we were looking at helping people characterize their grain refinement processes, and we were using a measurement technique known as Opticast, which we held the license for, and which we subsequently bought this technology from a Swedish company, Opticast Aluminium AB. And this technology allowed us to see very accurately what the efficiency of the grain refiner was, and we found that there was actually a very large variation in the efficiency of the standard grain products that were available at that time. When I say very large, if I say 100% is an arbitrary figure for good performance, some batches would be as low as 20 or 30%, and other batches 50%, some at 80%. So it means that, for instance, a cast house could be fixed with a certain grain refiner supplier and product specification, and yet everything was the same on the casting machine from day to day. But some days they suddenly have a spate of bad production where they cracked some ingots, or they had some yield losses, and they didn't know why. And when we explained to them, the thing is, nobody knew really that these grain refiners were actually varying so much. And the reason they didn't know was because they relied on an old test called the TP1 test, which was developed 50 years ago and which hasn't really been updated and isn't very sensitive. So with the benefit of this knowledge, we set out to provide a consistent grain refiner, wouldn't have this wide variation, but consistent and with a higher efficiency. So that's what we did. We launched Optifine 3.1 in 2011, and now we are supplying 2,000 tons a year, and this is making 6 million tons of aluminium a year being cast with our Optifine grain refiner. Probably, since we started the project in 2011, we've grain refined about 30 million tons of aluminium with our Optifine. So yes, grain refine is pretty important to the customer, and this variation was a real problem, and people would have aborted casts or cracked casts, and they didn't know why. And now with this technology, we can find that, we can track that, we can characterize it, and we can cure it.
Excellent. So, any major expansion plan this particular financial year, John?
Okay, I'll just add a little bit more to the last question and then move to that question. What we did more recently with Optifine was to start a project with Brunel University some 3 years ago now to better understand the fundamental mechanism of nucleation, because we thought it wasn't well understood at the time. There were various theories, and Brunel University had this very good technique called high-resolution transmission electron microscopy. And with this, we can actually see the nucleation process at the atomic level. So this has enabled us, with a better understanding of the nucleation mechanism of TiV2 for grain refining aluminium alloys, we've been able to improve the efficiency of our products. So whereas we had a product with a standard 100% efficiency when we started, we now have a new product with 125% efficiency. So this gives better economy and more importantly, better quality, because you have to add less particles to the melt. So that's something we did quite recently. We improved the technology. We brought some new technology to bear. So sorry, now to your question properly.
Absolutely, 100%.
Sorry, you asked me another question as well. I was still finishing off the previous question. Excuse me.
No problem. My next question was that what are the expansion projects planned for NQP in this particular financial year?
Oh, okay. Yes. Well, we've been working very closely with the major aluminium companies, the really big global producers, and over the last 5 years. And of course, because they're very large, they're slow to change necessarily. And we've done a lot of work with them to qualify Optifine usage in their plants. And we see a big increase in our sales volume, tonnage sale, due really to making progress in the very large producers. We've already made a lot of progress let's say people that would change more quickly, mid-sized plants, for instance. So our big target really going forward is to take our tonnage, which was about 1,800 tons in 2023, to take that to 2,500 tons in 2024. But we see the possibility to double this going forward in the next 5 years. So we're very ambitious to more than double our sales over the near future.
Excellent. Really glad to know that this is your positive outlook. Now, companies, especially the ones who are actually participating in Leaders Speak 2023, many of them really have a positive sentiment towards aluminium. Because not only because they are operating in the aluminium industry, but also many of them really believe that aluminium is a metal for the future. Now, I just wanted to get your perspective about this particular statement.
Well, I'm the same as the other guys. I'm very positive about aluminium. I started my career, by the way, in the steel industry. And unfortunately for that industry, it has many problems because steel is not easily recyclable. And it corrodes, and it's relatively dense. It's really heavy. When you use it, it produces heavy weight in vehicles, for instance. And the great value of aluminium is it has a strong but lightweight, so you can significantly reduce the weight of all transportation. You know, obviously the private car, but lorries, trucks, anything can have a significant weight reduction. And coupled with that, it's nearly 100% recyclable. I heard a lovely statistic. The average beer can in America is recycled 3 times in a year. And the recycling rate, I think, in the US is over 90%. It comes to the fact that the material itself doesn't oxidize or degrade, and it's high value, so it's actually worth people to recycle it properly. So it is the perfect metal for the circular economy of the future, which we need to have a sustainable circular economy, to meet our targets for cutting global emissions and keeping the planet healthy and at the right temperature.
Sure. Very nicely put, and I think you echoed the vision or the view of the other participants in the Leaders Speaking magazine as well. My last question to you, just flipping the table right now, and I'm asking this: what do you think are the potential dampener to the growth of the aluminium industry in 2023? Potential factors.
Well, there's always the possibility of a global turndown. We had a couple of bank failures in the last couple of months, and that's made the markets very nervous because it reminds people of what happened in 2008. And our experience in 2008 was that when the banking collapse occurred, in the first 3 months of the following year, we had no orders. So a bank collapse has a very severe effect. Yeah. So that would be one worry for people. I actually don't think that's going to happen. I think these two banking cases were very specific to the way, they worked on a very narrow base with rather adventurous business models, and I don't think they represent an underlying trend in banking. But that's number one problem. I think if there were further bank failures, the market would be very shaken, and whatever happens, in the financial world, in the end, will feed through into the industrial world. Second one is the economies have all been struggling with high inflation, and banks have had to raise interest rates, so it's put a squeeze on consumers. So consumers are likely to reduce their purchases under these conditions, and if no progress is made on getting inflation down, and there are more bank interest rate increases, it could tip the economy again into recession, which means that the buying potential of the market would reduce. In the end, people would buy less cars. They'd have less aluminium window frames across the whole gambit. Really, aluminium would be affected. Again, I don't think there's much chance of that, but you shouldn't rule it out. We're not out of the woods yet. Inflation still in the UK, for instance, inflation is still above 10%. But the Bank of England's forecasting it to drop to 2.9% by the year end. If we get to the 2.9%, I think the UK economy will be in very good shape, and the US will be in a similarly good shape because their inflation rates are already down to about 6%. So they haven't got so far to go to get back down to something very manageable, like 2 or 3%. And that's where we need to be to see a healthy, expanding global economy.
Sure. Thank you very much, John. It was really, really amazing to interact with you. And we are really happy to have your article and interview in Leaderspeak 2023. Thank you very much.
Very much. It's been very nice for me. You've asked some very, very interesting questions, and it's been a pleasure to speak with you. I'm glad I was able to be helpful.
Thank you very much. Hi, Kathy. Very good afternoon to you. How are you today?
Hi, good afternoon. Nice to meet you online.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kathy. So, as you know, that AlCircle, which is one of the leading platforms regarding aluminium across the globe, we are coming up with our e-magazine, which is one of the flagship e-magazines of AlCircle, called Leaderspeak 2023. And we are really delighted to have Whopping as a part of that. And today's session, we are going to talk a little bit about your perspective about the global aluminium industry and where we stand, where it is heading towards. So my first question to you, Kathy, is that how do you foresee the aluminium industry taking shape in the global context in the year 2023?
Okay. In my own opinion, the global aluminium industry is changing along with fluctuation. It's full of risks and opportunities. Industry insiders also have different opinions about the development of global aluminium industry. At present, the stock of global aluminium is low, and I personally think that the stock in 2023 will drop further. According to current global economic development trend, demand of aluminium will not grow significantly. I predicted that there is no big difference of supply and demand of global aluminium in 2023 compared to 2022. So the price of global aluminium may not rise too much. That's my opinion for this question.
Sure. And if I now put our focus from the global aluminium industry to China, and we all know why, because the Chinese market when it comes to aluminium is significant by a large extent. So what is your thought process about the Chinese aluminium industry?
Well, at the aspect of supply, because of current policies such as cancellation of electric power price preference and new energy power generation, aluminium smelters in China may speed up to build smelters out of China. I think the aluminium supply of China will grow. At the aspect of demand, except aluminium consumption in new energy vehicles and photovoltaic industry, there are not many new growing points of aluminium at present. Together with the impact of aluminium export, I think growing demand of aluminium in China may be around 2%. 2023 will be a crucial year for Chinese aluminium industry because of peak carbon dioxide emissions. So Chinese aluminium industry is facing others' task. Thank you.
Do you think technology is also going to play a key role in shaping up the aluminium industry?
You mean the technology?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. It will play an important role. At present, our company is also focusing on developing new technologies and new equipment for aluminium smelters, especially the artificial intelligence technology and the digital technology. We also have new artificial intelligence technologies and the digital equipment for aluminium smelters, such as our robot. As you know, aluminium smelters are using baked anodes. So it's very hard working for workers to clean the baked anodes manually. And also the working environment is very harsh for workers. That's the main reason we developed this kind of robot to replace workers to clean the baked anodes. So I think no matter now or later, technology is always playing an important role. Thank you.
So when you talk about the robots and the artificial intelligence based machinery or equipment, what are the other products and services does Wapping supply to the global aluminium community?
For aluminium smelters, we mainly supply the paste preparing system. As you know, in aluminium smelter, the anodes are made by carbon paste. And in order to produce carbon paste, you need the coke heaters, carbon paste kneaders, and paste coolers, and all these systems to produce the paste. So that's one of our main system for production of carbon paste. And when you produce green anodes, you also need the forming machine. So the vibro compactor for green anodes and cathodes are also one of our main products for aluminium smelters.
How you are focusing on the Chinese and the international market? Is there any shifting focus, or is there any specific focus to any particular geography?
As you know, the majority of the aluminium smelters are in China. The one country is China is the biggest country, owning the most aluminium smelters in the world. So our main market is in China at present. And for aluminium smelters, carbon products, our market share in China is over 90%. Our major customers in China include AlCircle, Sinosteel, China Power Investment Group, Dachang Group, Jinfa Group, Science-Stone Development Company. AlCircle is the biggest aluminium smelter in China. Science-Stone is the biggest commercial anodes exporter in China. And they are all our customers. Except aluminium smelters, we also supply our equipment to other carbon plants. For example, the graphite electrodes, carbon electrode paste, ramming paste, and other carbon products. Together, our market share in China is over 90%. Actually, we started our international marketing in 2018. And since then, we have cooperation with Korea POSCO, with Brazil Carbon Weeks, with AlCircle, Shawadanka. And these are our international customers at present. And at the same time, we are looking forward to supplying our products and service to global aluminium smelters. Thank you.
And so we spoke about the national and the international focus areas, but what out of the different factors, which of them are going to play the key role as a growth driver for Wapping in 2023?
I think our market is still focused in China, and at present, the main growing point for our company is the lithium battery industry. As you know, at present, the electric vehicles are very popular at present, and so the demand of lithium batteries is growing. In order to produce lithium batteries, you will need anode materials for the lithium battery. And to produce anode materials, they will use carbon crucibles for production of the anode materials. And the crucibles are made by our equipment. So that's one of our growing points this year. Another growing point is the big anode cleaning robot for aluminium smelter.
Apart from these two areas that you have mentioned, do you foresee any other major sector or any major area which is going to drive the usage of aluminium globally?
I think digitalization is one of the key points. One of our new product is the digital mixer. With this kind of digital mixer, we can action data and trace back the quality of the paste, the quality of the raw materials, and the quality of the recipe. With this kind of digital technology, we can know for example, this green anode is made by this batch of paste, and this batch of paste is made by which batch of materials from which mixer. We can do that kind of feasibility for customers, and this kind of digital technology can also help our customers to diagnose and predict the malfunction of the equipment. So it can help our customers to foresee what they should do to prevent malfunction in advance. So this can help our customers to reduce their maintenance cost.
Sure. Understood.
That's all. Thank you. Yeah.
Kathy, thank you very much. It was a very informative session, and we have learned, what is the focus of Wapping globally as well as in the Chinese market, the different growth parameters or growth areas that we want to get into, and how the overall aluminium world is shaping up. Well, that is all about the Leaders Speak 2023, where we are inviting the leaders globally so that we can get their vision, their thought process, and bring it to the larger aluminium community. Thank you very much for sharing.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. It's also our great pleasure to work with AlCircle.
My name is Shomadi. I look after the operations in AlCircle, and today we are really privileged to have Ms. Harvey from Epic Machinery. She is the CEO of the organization with us. And we are going to understand from her about her views and Epic strategy in the related to aluminium in the year 2023. So Ms. Harvey, welcome to this particular session. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Avi, when we are talking to various leaders from the aluminium industry, we are actually getting exposed, and that is also the theme of Leaders Speak 2023, is about the mixed growth and at the same time the challenges related to the aluminium industry. So if I may start by asking you this question, what is your overall outlook about aluminium industry in 2023?
I think we all started the year, well, very excited because the past 2 years have been, after COVID, have been crazy for us. Since the merger that created Epic, we've known tremendous growth in our sales activity. First year by 30%, this year another additional 25%. So order intakes are there. So the whole market is actually moving a lot. But with the uncertainty in the world economy, everybody was kind of watching it very closely, and we're no futurologists. We cannot predict future, but we were looking at the different signs in the economy, and I kept asking my team, so what do we foresee? What do we foresee? We should be feeling a slowdown, but there's no slowdown. So I would say the first thing I'm saying is that a little surprised that the strength of the industry is maintained, because we were kind of expecting something to happen, but we are not seeing or feeling in 2023 any signs of slowdown. And with respect to the order intakes and the movement in the industry, I am not foreseeing a slowdown for the next 2-3 years for our business anyways, as we speak. As I say, we do not predict the future, but based on what's going on today, we're foreseeing a good next few years. We were expecting or not expecting, but we were foreseeing that maybe the Ukraine war was going to put pressure. But instead, what it's causing is some sort of an onshoring in Europe, I think, and definitely in the USA and Canada. So that means that some industries, such as the aluminum industry, are really reinvesting, and we're trying to strengthen, I think, our local supply chain. So it is provoking new investment, and of course, the whole there's decarbonation is helping North America a lot, especially Canada for the smelters. I mean, being able to say that we produce with hydropower and we have the cleanest or greenest aluminum is also something that is, I think, driving that energy in Canada at least, and the investments of our clients here are very strong these days.
Excellent. I think being from the aluminium industry, we also shared the similar kind of sentiment. And when somebody who is a leader of the aluminium industry shares that positive sentiment, we really feel happy about it. Now,
like I say, we're no futurologists. We cannot foresee everything, but our sentiment at the moment is that it is positive. Yeah.
Excellent. It's really glad to know that. Now, when you talk about the industry overall and the resilience that it has demonstrated, for example, you mentioned about the geopolitical tension. You also mentioned about the little bit of mounting pressure on the various primary aluminium companies, especially for reducing the carbon footprint. Do you think this positivity is a result of the inherent resilience of the industry? Or do you think other positive factors, for example, the electric vehicles, or for example, the other factors like technological advancement, these kind of positive factors are also playing their role?
Yeah, I don't think there is never one reason for an industry to go well. I think it's a combination of many different trends and tendencies, and when you all add them up, but you are correct. Of course, that trend towards electrical vehicles is affecting our industry positively. And it's affecting Epic positively because we do vehicles for the aluminum industry, and then we're pushing towards these electrical vehicles and electrifying our fleet and helping our clients get greener. So yeah, I think so the industry gets better. And then we get a larger part of the market share because we can help our clients as well go greener. So I think it's like I say, it's a combination of a lot of things, including that shift towards the electrical vehicles for sure.
Excellent. And now when we are talking about the overall growth of EPIC, and we are really happy to know some of those positive numbers. Now, one part is also the industry growing. And on the other hand, it is also about a few factors which are playing very key role. Those are the internal strategic elements, that may be geographic expansion, that may be some of the innovative products that you are bringing to your clients. Can you please mention some of those 3-4 factors which really played a critical role behind the stellar growth of EPIC?
Well, one thing, when we did a merger of two businesses, so MEC4 and Advanced Dynamics, we combined strengths, and that positioned us for being able to offer. And I think that's a unicity in the market where we can cover the whole material handling solution, that it be just fixed material handling equipment, but also mobile and AGVs, so autonomous vehicles. So we can go and look at a global material handling situation, problem, or challenge for our client and offer the whole solution. That's a unicity, and we are seeing a lot of clients getting excited about this ability that we now have, or this expertise that we have for the global material handling. That's one area. But then definitely we are seeing this stress on automation and robotization. And everything we do is to help our clients reduce the number of people that are needed inside a plant. Especially in the here in North America and Europe, there's a lot of pressure on manpower, because our clients, similar to us, it is difficult to hire. So we prefer taking people and putting them in positions where we really need them and they add value. And then anything that we can robotize, automate, or put an autonomous vehicle, for example, we will try to do. So by having this expertise within our business and pushing that, I think that also is answering a need from our clients to reduce the number of people necessary to operate their smelters. So I think that plays a role as well. Safety remains a very, very strong word in the mouth of our clients, and all of our cast house equipment and vehicles and solutions are working in front of a furnace with molten metal, for example. So we are seeing also this shift where our clients really want to improve that type of operation. They come to us for solutions. So I think it's, again, similar to the economy, it's a combination of a lot of things, things that we had planned for years, and things that just we got lucky because we were in that particular area of the market when it happened.
Excellent. And a little bit stressing on this particular point, because in your deliberation, one aspect is coming again and again, which is about the voice of the customer. What the customer is actually expecting, or what the customer is actually demanding, how you can answer that through your offering. So if I may ask you this, what percentage of the growth, or what percentage of the emphasis at the leadership position you really put on the innovative equipment solutions?
Like, I'm going to try to answer it as best as I can. Innovation and remaining, there's two things about answering a client's needs. And EPIC is at a particular size where we are agile, where we are flexible, where the ratio of our technical team, engineers and technicians that can develop or adapt solutions is very high. So we have the ability to really listen to our clients and adapt solutions for them. And we, as an executive team or leadership team, we are really trying to maintain that agility even through our growth. So we do have products. We do want to push some standardization to help us be more competitive, but standardization of product and still remaining very flexible in the solutions we propose to the client. I think being able to adapt our solution to the client, that's what's expected of us, and that's what we can deliver. So that's what I'm saying. There's this whole adaptation of solution that our team of technical experts can really help the client put in place. And then there's product development and innovation. And that's a whole different group really pushing that. And we push innovation and product development through collaboration and cooperation with suppliers, with other manufacturers. We do it with the clients. So we always try to do it hand in hand with another business to help us reduce our risks, that they be technical, commercial, speed to market. So just working with two companies together to develop something, it just increases speed to market, and we have more commercial power after. So those are the two. I hope I answer your question, but I would say it's what we're pushing as a leadership team, maintaining agility to be able to offer solutions that are adapted to the client and have that flexibility and being able to customize. And then on the other hand, being able to continue developing new product, always being in front of what the market wants, and doing that in collaboration with other manufacturers or clients.
You completely answered that question. I'm really glad that you touched upon these two aspects. Now, just taking a step back, as you mentioned, one of the factors for the aluminum growth and the drivers of the industry is also decarbonization being one of the themes, right? Because aluminum itself is a green metal with a recyclability like very few others can emulate. Now, if as a client or any organization in the value chain is using EPIC's solution or equipments, what kind of support that they can expect out of EPIC so that the supply chain, overall supply chain carbon footprint may be reduced, or overall carbon footprint of the operations can be reduced? Because supply chain is one of the major focus for the organizations to attack the carbon footprint and reduce that drastically.
I guess the best answer I can say is that we consider in every single design of our equipment, how can we do more to be greener on each of our equipment. We do material handling. We are unfortunately not in the process, for example, where we can have an impact, a direct impact as maybe some other equipment manufacturers. However, where we do have an impact is on vehicles. And if we remove all diesel operated anode and crucible haulers from a plant in Quebec, for example, a typical Rio Tinto or Alcoa plant in Quebec, for example, it's as if we were removing 150 vehicles running in a city on a daily basis. So, of course, what we're trying and what we're pushing is to help our clients reduce their footprint through utilization of electrical vehicles, and all the effort that we're putting to electrify our fleet and go autonomous is one of that, definitely one of that objective is to help our clients reduce their overall footprint.
Sure. And from a client perspective, again, let's say you also mentioned that there are other equipment manufacturers in the ecosystem and serving the ecosystem as well. If, as a client, I want to kind of understand EPIC, or the three keywords by which I will remember the solution of EPIC.
If I were to describe our unicity, I kind of mentioned it earlier, is our technical capabilities with respect to our engineering group that enables us to do two things, is to continue being very agile and flexible and offer custom solutions to client, but that includes more standard equipment within the whole mix, so we remain competitive. So adaptability of the solution. And on the other hand, our ability to work hand in hand and do partnership for product development and continuously work with our clients to help them have the best solution for the future. That's one part of our unicity. We also have this ability to have an Indian production facility that we own. So we are the owner of this facility together with an Indian partner, but we are majority shareholder. And what we have pushed is our methodology, our way of fabricating and the way we do our the way we operate. So we have about 300 people right now working in Pune, helping us deliver more competitive equipment. So we work hand in hand with our own facility in India. And I think that also is a big plus for our clients. So they get everything, the best of both worlds. They continue working with us direct in Canada with our teams of experts. And then we have this ability, and that's how we've managed to grow so much in the past 2 years, is being able to grow our Indian facility and add people there, as it was easier for us to grow in India. So we managed to keep delivering our equipment in good delays, because in North America, hiring at that rate was almost impossible. We wouldn't have been able to answer to the market if we didn't have that. So that's definitely point number 2. And I think actually, you know what? These two are 2 big reasons to work with us.
Sure. So as you are into 2023, and I hear a lot of positivity across the various industry players, be it the primary aluminum companies, be it the solution providers, be it raw material companies, they are all participating in Leaders Speak 2023. So what are the major strategic elements of EPIC, to the extent you can share, which are going to play pivotal role for EPIC to steer the same type of growth that you mentioned?
One of our strategy, and I don't think it's a unique strategy, but I mean, we've reached the point where we've grown enough to be able to do it. I think at some point you need critical mass to be able to do it, but we want to really push proximity with our client. And in order to do that, I mean, we are very close here in North America to our clients, and that's what has enabled us to create these amazing partnerships, that it be with Alouette or Alcoa or Rio Tinto here in Canada. And we want to be able to build the same type of proximity relationship with other clients to whom we've sold equipment, but unfortunately we do not have that proximity relationship at the moment. So we are looking into really creating, I will call them full-scale offices, because at the moment we do have small offices in Europe and in the Middle East, in Bahrain, and we also have our Indian facility. But we want to be able to offer the full scale, from sales all the way to after-sales service from these locations as well. So we want to be able to really be there and close to the client and offer complete range of solutions from these new sites.
Sure. Excellent to know that. Ms. Harvey, probably the last question of this particular session is, what kind of message would you like to deliver to the fellow leaders coming from the different parts and parcel of aluminum industry, those who are all coming together in Leaders Speak?
Wow, what message? Well, I think it's a very exciting time coming. I've been in the aluminum industry for 24 years, and we know how we used to be looked at as a big, heavy industry. We were not appealing to younger people or even women. It was tough to attract a certain type of people, but now aluminum is seen as sexy. I've always said, how can we make aluminum sexy? How can we, get people excited about our industry? And I think we're at that turning point where, through electrical vehicles, through making it becomes becomes a green alternative to so many other material or if we utilize it in the food industry instead of plastic and we can recycle forever. I mean, that is sexy. So now we have a mean to really tell the world that our industry is really, it's a cool industry and it's a green industry, and we're going to make it greener and try to attract new people, young people, more women into the aluminum world. And I think we have this nice window of opportunity. So I think that would be my message.
That really sounds really encouraging and very interesting. And what a positive note to end this particular session. Ms. Arvi, thank you very much for sharing your view and your vision about the aluminum industry. I think it's a very important addition to our Leaders Speak 2023. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The session of launch of Leaders Speak 2023. We are really happy to welcome Progessys as one of the major contributors for this particular initiative. Now, AlCircle is an established brand which keeps on publishing various news and the industry details, in its e-magazine Leaders Speak 2023. And in today's session, we are going to discuss a little bit about the industry as a whole. Welcome to the session, Mr. Yar.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
So, Mr. Yar, the first question that I have about the global aluminum industry is, what is your outlook of the industry in the days to come, especially in 2023?
Yeah, well, from my involvement in the industry and from our work in the industry and all that we see, actually the trends that were in place seem to continue, and these trends are actually showing that the demand for primary aluminum will be steadily increasing, like it was doing in the past decade. So we see that there's very solid progress and trends of increasing use of aluminum, and this is putting needs on aluminum, whether primary or recycling, for all across the industry. And that also is driven by the same drivers that we have experienced in the past, the emerging markets, and also the fact that aluminum is a lightweight, durable material that is required in all the industries that are experiencing growth right now, whether it's packaging, whether it's construction, but also like there's the need for aluminum in electric vehicles that also is driving this demand.
Sure. And 2022 also showed us or created or brought to the surface some of the challenges for this industry. Just to name a few, geopolitical challenges, pressure on the in terms of the input prices, etc. So what is your view about that? Absolutely.
I mean, all the industries, including the aluminum industry, is impacted by like all the economic conditions that we can see, including the fact that geopolitics play a big role in trade, and that affects how the industries react and how demand increase or decrease depending on that. for sure that any trade wars, any geopolitical tensions have an impact on that. Some of these impacts can increase the demand and increase the need for new projects, and some of that will decrease it, depending on where we are and what's going on in the area. Going or projecting in the future, these geopolitical situations may complicate the trade, and complicate also where projects happen, and what will be the demand for aluminum in the future.
And do you see that the financial institutions today or in the days to come are going to also play an important role, because interest rate also has some of the impacts on any metal industry and aluminum as well?
Yeah, well, we're less exposed to that part, but what we can see is the fact that we can look at that from both sides. We can look at it from the side of the aluminum company producers, where projects will be more costly because of cost of loans and reduced profitability. But we can look at it also from the side of the financing institutions, and we see that there is problems that are emerging in the financial world, specifically with banks and lending institutions, which put pressure also on them. So until now, we don't see the effect of that clearly, because still the projects that at least we know about ongoing, yes, despite the fact that there is a lot of pressure because of that, they are still happening. They are not canceled. They are still going on. At least for the projects that we know, that we are implicated in and are also on the planning tables. So these two effects, whether from the side of the companies executing projects and investing, whether in existing installations or future installations, and on the other side, the lending or the financial institutions, we definitely expect that there will be an impact of that, because it's a major cost and a major increasing factor. But we don't see right now the effect of it on the ongoing projects or the projects that are still coming in 23.
Sure. Along with these three factors that we spoke about geopolitical tension in one hand. On the other hand, we also spoke about the input cost. And of course, the other element was the financial sector and the increasing interest rates. Apart from these three, there is another important factor, which is technology. We are looking around us and we are seeing that the various industries are getting transformed because of technical or technological leapfrogging that is happening around us. Artificial intelligence is coming, and there are a lot of information discussion around that. Do you think any of these technical developments are creating any of the opportunities or challenges, especially in the context of growth?
Yeah, they're both an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity is to capture this. Capture the opportunity or the chance that the industry has to go forward and and use the technologies and also bring to the industry the skills required, including training the resources to use these technologies and profit from them to the fullest. So there is a huge opportunity to do that. At the same time, doing that means investment, means also sometimes radical changes in the way we do things, in the installations, the way we conduct business. And that means that we need to continue to use the good approach that are in place, but also bring other ways of, for example, one of the examples is radical transparency in what we are doing with the manpower, right? Explain what is going, explaining to the whole organization from all levels of management, but also workers. What is the challenge, where we're going, and why we're introducing these skills, why we're using these technologies, etc. Everybody in the organization needs to know about competitiveness and why that is required. That will help the whole organization transform and capture these opportunities. One of the things that we do on our side is really increase that transparency in why we are introducing new technologies or changing the ways we are doing things on projects.
Sure. And what is your thought process about the element of sustainability? We know over the last 1 year, and that is increasing, the trend is increasing, that the aluminium world is also focused on reduction of the carbon footprint, right? And we all know the carbon footprint for the primary process versus the secondary process, etc. Do you think this increasing tendency towards reduced carbon footprint is also going to have any positive or otherwise impact on the projects?
I think it's going to be positive. It has been positive for us over the last couple of years, where we are working with our clients on projects that reduce gas emissions or reduce the use of water. So we are doing that. It has been positive. We expect that it will continue to be positive because of the challenges that are facing everyone related to that. We also think in terms of sustainability that there is the elements of gas emissions. There is also quite a lot to do on energy efficiency and how to be. So these projects, we have been involved in several projects related to energy efficiency in aluminum installations, which are ongoing. And again, sustainability includes other aspects like social responsibility, which is something that we are doing on our side, and we are doing also in collaboration with our clients where we are working, whether engaging communities, reducing also waste that are generated by industrial projects, etc.
And as the industry also increasingly believe that sustainability is a way of life, it is not only about one or two initiatives. So this is happening, I think, in a large way, because AlCircle also keeps on publishing many news, and we celebrate the different progresses towards sustainability and net zero. So, Mr. Iyad, if we now take a step back and focus a little bit more on projects, in the 2023, what do you think are the major growth drivers for projects for its business?
We have acquired a company 2 years back in Brazil. We have our offices in Belo Horizonte, and one of the things that we are doing in Brazil is increasing our work and relationship in the aluminum industry there. We expect that we will be doing more in South America related to the aluminum industry. We have increasing activity in Canada, in Quebec. We work quite a lot in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean area where many smelters are, and quite a lot of our work is focused on project management and operational readiness, including commissioning. So we are doing that. We expect many projects to be ramping up in 23, and equally also some of them in 24. So we expect more and more activity. We are also involved in the management of projects in the alumina industry in Asia, and these projects are ongoing. They will have increased activity, or they will be ramping up in terms of construction and delivery of projects in 2024. So we overall in the aluminum industry, we're going to have strong 2 years to come, and we are bringing also and training resources. We have started that about 2 years ago, and many of these resources have been deployed to projects in Asia and the Middle East.
Excellent. And I think resource is one of the major points that I'm hearing now that I'm interacting with the various industry leaders for aluminium across the globe. I find many of them really struggling to get access to the right set of resources, be it from the material perspective, input quality, etc. And another major element is the manpower or the human resource, which are important, which is also very much contextual in Projects' realm of the business. So any particular challenge that you see from that perspective?
Absolutely. I think I've seen on AlCircle some announcements related also to resources, challenges, etc. And I think this is something that we need to address continuously. In some parts of the world, we have experienced during COVID and after COVID, we have experienced that a lot of the resources, some of them are very experienced, have quit the market, and they have retired for some, or they have slowed down their work. There's also other factors that have shown that there is reduced or there is, let's say, a problem in terms of availability of skilled resources. I think the right bet is training, and we have put is training people, right, and bringing people who are who have the right approaches, attitude to the industry, and train them. And there is two benefits to that. The first is the capacity of these people to learn, and we are seeing that they are learning very, very quickly. They're becoming important assets on projects, but also they bring a different point of view also from someone who's been in the industry for a very long time. that's also great. It brings a lot of diversity and open-mindedness, let's say, about the way we look at things and the way we do things. We have put several programs within Progesis related to, for example, shadowing, where we put an experienced person with a more junior engineer. We have a continuous mentorship program. We have also camps that we do in which we bring people for longer periods to projects where they are working there and embedded within the project team for several, depending on the duration and the situation of the project, to learn more. And that is bringing results now.
Excellent. Really great to know. Mr. Riyad, probably the last question for this particular session. Any message you want to give to the readers of AlCircle at large and to the other leaders from the aluminium industry?
Well, I think that the same way we have seen quite a lot of focus on ESG. We will see a more specific focus on gas emissions in the near future. It will be more urgent. It is urgent, but I expect that we'll see more pressure. We have seen it on ESG it includes environment and the pressure to do that, but we'll see a lot more, I think, focus on gas emissions, and that will be a big driver of what's going to happen with the industry for the sustainability of the industry overall. This is one thing. The other thing that is on my mind is what we have discussed about resources. At the end of the day, it's the people who drive organizations, and it's the people who operate the plants, and it's the people who take these decisions that push the industry forward in every way.
Sure. Very nicely put, Mr. Riyad. It was really my pleasure to interact with you this morning, and thank you very much. Look forward to talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we had Mr. Riyad from Progesis and one of the participants in Leaders Pick 2023, one of the flagship magazines of AlCircle. Thank you very much, Mr. Riyad, for spending time with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tom, my first question to you is, what is the overall outlook of aluminium industry in 2023? You can talk about the overall industry and then a little bit around packaging and recycling area as well.
Absolutely. So the overall outlook, well, so it's an exciting time for aluminium, isn't it? I think, but we do have some challenges. So I'd start off with the opportunities there, looking globally and looking regionally within Europe and the United Kingdom, where we are traditionally operating. It's certainly an area where we're seeing high demand. We're seeing globally, across all the different sectors, we're seeing We're seeing growth in demand for the product and for packaging in particular. We're seeing a lot of new innovative uses for the material that we all like. In particular, we're seeing in the cosmetic and beauty sphere, we're seeing some new packaging applications in that respect. So that's really promising. But there are some challenges. We've got energy prices in particular, and challenges are very acute and are pushing up on the price of production and are causing everybody to be very innovative and perhaps not as brave in their investments as they could have been or they would have been with cheaper energy prices in that respect. But despite all of that, I'm really quite positive about the position that we're in. So as I've said, packaging is a growing market. We've seen it over the last 3 years grow by about 10 to 15%. And indeed, in the last 10 years, we've seen the aluminium packaging market in the United Kingdom grow by 33%. So it's a really positive growth market. And that is accompanied by some fantastic results for aluminium recycling as well, for packaging. So in 2020 and 21, we had beverage can recycling rates of 82%, which accompanied an overall aluminium packaging recycling rate of 68%. So we're really seeing the aluminium recycling industry keeping pace with the growth in the market.
Sure. And do you think in this particular journey, the other challenges which the primary aluminium side is really facing, for example, the geopolitical tension, increasing price of the energy, etc., they are also playing some key role in that?
Yes, I'd say so. But I think one of the benefits that we've got, certainly when we're thinking about aluminium, is that we're lucky we've got such a recyclable material in that it can be completely used to displace primary production. So something we're certainly seeing in this part of the world is a push from some of the users of aluminium for recycled content. That is an ongoing challenge in terms of educating them that we need to make sure we're increasing the supply of recycled material into the system to facilitate that. But the benefit of using that recycled material is that it offsets some of these challenges. We've got less energy that we need to use to make the aluminium if we're using recycled product and so on. There's a lower carbon footprint embedded within that. So there's some real advantages in focusing on sustainability in this way to drive performance and help to mitigate some of those big meta risks that we're seeing.
Sure. How do you summarize AlCircle overall contribution to the packaging industry when it comes to UK's overall market and the global market of packaging?
Well, I'd say we've had a fantastic impact, but I'll explain that a little bit more. So AlCircle has been around for just over 30 years. It was formed in the late 1980s by a group of the aluminium producers, purely as a way to start increasing the recycling rates. And to give you some context, back then, I think recycling rates were somewhere in the region of 16% for aluminium packaging, so very low indeed. And we were quite far away from some of the advanced legislation and so on that we've seen that have really pushed the recycling rates up over the last 10 to 15 years. But back then, AlCircle was focused on raising awareness of aluminium as a packaging material, really growing the market in that respect, and then starting to encourage recycling through incentives such as cash for cans. I'd say at this point, AlCircle is operating in the UK and Ireland, so that's our primary markets. But overall, we do operate and advise in the network of European associations in that respect. But since then, since those very early days, we're now looking at a recycling rate, as I said, of about 68% for all aluminium packaging. So quick maths tells us that has increased by over 50% in that time. And that's really where AlCircle's work is focused. We've been focused in adding value to our membership in around 3 areas. So firstly, around education. This is around the consumers of tomorrow. So I've already said that we have got a growing market for aluminium packaging. We want to make sure that the people who are going to be buying those goods in the next 5, 10, 15 years, and once they reach an age with disposable income, they've been exposed to the message that they should recycle their aluminium packaging. It is infinitely recyclable material. So we've got programs that are based in schools, and then we've got programs that are based out and about on existing residents and recyclers. So we've got programs such as Every Can Counts or Metal Matters, and these work in partnership with stakeholders who are interested in getting more aluminium recycled, whether those be local councils and municipalities or brands such as Red Bull or Coca-Cola who use aluminium drinks cans. The whole message here is to get the simple message across: recycle your metal packaging. It couldn't be simpler, but we often see not many people doing it. That number is going up, but we've got a lot of people yet to reach and educate. So those two are the probably primary areas where AlCircle has made a difference. Before finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the role that we play as the voice of our industry with government and the wider drink packaging value chain that we've got in the UK, which is very advanced. We've got representatives of all the different value chain stages happening within the UK, and quite an advanced recycling and waste infrastructure. Having said all of that, challenges remain. We've got 4 or 5 proposals coming from government at the moment that we are championing our members' views with, writing to ministers, lobbying on MPs. We are really putting the message out there with a simple message. Aluminium is infinitely recyclable material. Make sure you support us in fulfilling the circular economy potential of this wonderful thing that we all take for granted.
Excellent. I think you very nicely put forward 2 very important strategies in terms of catching them young and going to the last mile in order to really make it happen. Now, tell me in this entire journey, and you very nicely pointed out in terms of, over the years, how the organization and AlCircle also taken up a number of initiatives. But in terms of doing that, do you think or have you felt that technology is playing a very key role? And how is technology part of AlCircle's strategy today?
Excellent question. So technology does play a really key role. I think that when I'm thinking about this, I always think about it in terms of 2 halves. What has technology done to help us get to where we are today? And how is technology going to help us get to even higher recycling rates? So starting with the first half of that question, aluminium benefits from being easily sorted. We know that eddy current separators can reliably remove aluminium from steel, from plastics, from paper, all of those mixed streams that we see co-collected in the United Kingdom. It's the main way of collecting aluminium packaging. Those eddy current separators are very widely deployed. And the reason for that is that there is a value in recycling our material. We're really lucky in that respect that we don't need the kind of price support mechanisms of a plastics tax, for example, to encourage that. So I think that level of deployment, the simple shredding, baling, sorting, eddy current separators, those have been very important in helping get the packaging to the recyclers, who will then obviously turn that back into new aluminium. But going forward, that is going to change significantly. So those technologies are still going to remain critical as a baseline, but we need to be looking at other alternatives that will help us recycle things such as foil and aerosols in particular more reliably and in a more widespread manner. And indeed, when we start thinking about the very difficult to recycle elements, your composite packaging, which is aluminium layers bonded to plastic packaging, they present a real problem to traditional recycling techniques, both for aluminium and plastic recycling streams. So I think it's going to be very important to look at how we encourage widespread use of pyrolysis units, for example, that enable the separation of those advanced materials, and indeed other technologies such as separation, immersion baths that separate those layers out. But also looking at those aerosols, for example, how do we get them flowing through the system effectively so that they can be degassed? All of the contents can be recovered, not just the metal. How do we get the propellants? How do we get the residue? How do we get all of that back into the circular economy, and then start recycling those at a much higher rate than we are now? So yeah, I think technology has a huge role to play, but I think it starts with an understanding and a strategic vision of what it is we should be working towards and how we make best use of our existing assets before we start thinking about which technology to use.
Sure. And when we talk about 2023, can you please name 3 major growth areas for AlCircle?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
For 2023, can you please mention 3 major growth areas or growth strategies for AlCircle?
Yeah. So what are the major growth areas for AlCircle? I think there are a few aspects there. So, firstly, we have a membership that is quite well distributed into the network in the UK. But across all the different value chains, but we are seeing new and different players who are becoming more and more important to us. For example, waste management, we're seeing technology providers, we're seeing new players entering the market who are using aluminium packaging for their, as I mentioned earlier on, cosmetic and beauty brands. So there are definite areas there for us to think about recruitment and opening up our membership to further areas. I want to take AliPro forward when it comes to the public profile of the company, and indeed then by extension of the industry. We are an exciting, vibrant, industry that is already investing in our market. We're putting new factories in, we're putting new capabilities in, we're getting involved where we can, we're supporting the government's aim for net zero by 2050. I want our profile to be grown in that respect. And finally, what I really love is to scale as part of a national effort with these communication programs. We can talk about technology, we can talk about efficient logistics, we can talk about all kinds of things, but unless you've got consumer action to actually get those packages into the recycling stream in the first place, you're never going to be able to get a fully circular economy. And the only way that we can see to really achieve that is to have national action using the blueprint of the messages and programs that we've developed over the last 10 or 15 years, the Metal Matters and Every Can Counts and so on. If they can be scaled up nationally, it will make a huge difference to getting a circular economy and net zero for the UK.
And now flipping the coin, what are the three major challenges for AlCircle in 2023?
My day is full of challenges. So I would say that they are. One is a large risk. One is a large risk that is outside of our direct control, but it is a societal risk, and it is around this cost of living. We're seeing prices going up. We're seeing increasing amounts of people struggling to make ends meet. And one of the first things that drops off people's priority lists is recycling. People are not worried about which bin they're putting their recycling in. They're not worried about doing the right thing with their packaging. They're worried about more pressing issues for them. So we want to make maintaining that focus and making the messages as easy to understand and to follow as possible is going to be really important for us over the next 3 years, whilst this crisis works itself out. Now, I'd say the second and probably the third major challenges for AliPro at the moment are all around incoming legislation around recycling. So we've got a deposit return scheme for beverage containers coming in across the rest of the UK from 2025, but from Scotland from later in 2023 in August this year. The design of that scheme is absolutely critical to make sure that not only do they push up the recycling rates to even higher levels, but that we actually avoid damaging the market. There is a definite risk from our point of view of implementing a deposit return scheme that is poorly designed, in particular one that can incentivize the purchase of plastic over aluminium. That's the Scottish model. It's got a 20 pence refundable deposit on all containers, regardless of size. But if you do the maths really quickly, you'll understand that, well, a 6-pack of multi-packs of cans, that's £1.20 deposit. But my 2-litre plastic bottle next to it on the shelf, that's the same amount of liquid, but it's still 20 pence. So if I'm a consumer and I've got less money in my wallet than I've ever had before, I'm going to pick up that plastic bottle, even though I might have always bought cans, simply because of this deposit scheme. So that's something that we are working really hard to avoid the negative impacts of that type of decision. But through education, through working with government, through modelling, through engagement, to really make sure that our message there are getting through. So making sure that a deposit scheme is well designed and actually helps aluminium is probably the second challenge. And the third one is, again, legislation, extended producer responsibility. We're seeing that term in all parts of the world. We're seeing it in the States, we're seeing it all across Asia, we're seing it even in Africa, we're seeing it in South America, and in Europe it's been embedded for a long time in different parts of the continent. We're bringing in a version of that in the United Kingdom, which is still an ongoing challenge. The details are still emerging, but it's something we've been involved in representing our members from the start. And I think if that is poorly designed, that has the potential to be a very expensive tax on all packaging, but in particular aluminium. We're a small and growing sector compared to, say, plastics or paper in that respect, in the volumes. We want to make sure that when this system comes in, we're as well looked after as plastics and all our competitive materials. So 2 legislative challenges and a public engagement one, which is based on the big economic challenges of the day.
Thank you very much. I think you explained very nicely what are the challenges lying ahead of the aluminium and the packaging part. Now, probably the last question for this particular morning, Tom. What would be your message to the fellow leaders from the different parts and parcel of the aluminium industry?
It's a very good question. So I think my message is a simple one, is we need to collaborate across all of the different elements of our value chain. We need to collaborate to make sure that we are making the most sustainable product possible with the lowest carbon footprint, with the most responsibly sourced raw materials that are designed, working with our customers to make sure that we can then extract that valuable aluminium back out of the product at the end of use, whether that is a Coke can or whether that is a aircraft or a building frame. These things need to be designed for recycling and deconstruction so that we can get the valuable material back and deliver a proper circular economy for aluminium across the world.
Sure. Tom, thank you very much for spending your time this morning with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tom Giddings from AlCircle. Thank you very much, Tom, for your contribution to the Speak 2023.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.